we are live-ish, everybody. Hope you're all doing well. I'm here. That's where we start. That's where we start. It's probably not where we end, but you know. Yeah, usually you end the stream by not being here. That's true. That's a good way to end a stream. Typically, if you end the stream and you're still there, something has gone wrong. Deep in the causal fabric. Anyways, we're in robot hell again, but this time it's more hell than last time. Athena's having a really bad nap. Tummy hurty, you know? Tummy hurty. And we're playing as a local red guy who talks about dialectics Byron. Dialectical ball knower. We've put 50 hours into Talos Principle 2. I don't think we'll put in another 20, but maybe another 15. That's what I'm thinking. These will be shorter streams, just because I'm scared, and I don't know how long each one's gonna take. My goal is gonna be to do 4 puzzles a day, maybe more. But I doubt that I can get to 8. You know? Powered by W. Weiss. What a weird name, W. Weiss, you know? When you feel tired or need sleep, it's safer and healthier to stop playing. Yeah. We're 17% of the way in. There's an orb. Look at that guy. Look at that orb guy. You know, there's something about this specific atmosphere that reminds me of Armored Core 6. Anyways, let's go do number 5. Tritogenia. Okay. Triple generations, I guess? Sure. Oh, sweet Lord Jesus Christ in heaven. God almighty, what am I looking at? Oh, boy. Well, that can't be it. Nah. We got a route. I'm going to assume that I switched that off. Right, that's not going to work. Okay. Okay. Oh my god. It's all in the motion of the ocean. I think I did it. Like, yes, it's a long wait. Also, I've beefed this so that... So, like, I could just do this. Don't worry about that. Okay, don't worry about that. Okay, well, I clearly need to activate the timing a little differently. That's okay. Okay, well, it's the right idea. Just, you know. The wrong timing. I saw it work. You all saw it work. Done. 6 minutes.
Stricken with grief, the prophet lost faith in the word. Caught between a dying past and a future struggling to be born,
Gramsci,
she
really?
retreated into the lands of dream. But even here, her nightmares pursued her. From her mind came forth phantoms, shadows cast by
Sally.
the flame. And her dreams of trials and towers fled from the darkness into the waking world.
And that's what we found on the island. Not a test, but pain and fear and hope spilling out of her dreams.
You gonna have any self-reflection on that, Byron? No? No, it's a bit too much. Alright. Where's the place? Got some towers there. Oh, okay, this is like palm frondy. Really, this is kind of a California kind of vibe when you think about it. Okay. Time to see what kind of fresh hell we got in this. Voyager. Okay. Well. Immediately dumbstruck by the first puzzle. But we can... No. I was going to be like, oh, we can just take the hexahedron. We can't just take the hexahedron. Good. That's good. I was worried that just taking a weekend off was enough to completely fry my brain and make me forget everything. No. In fact, this is a proper conundrum. Well, proper conundrum might be overselling it, but you know. Yeah, probably. Who knows? Bit optimistic, were we, Duffers? It'd be interesting if the animation for, you know, that made a comeback. For the rewind animation made a comeback just for these levels. So that was a bit of an order of operations goofsy. A goofed up oopsie, you know. Okay. Yeah, what's the plan? What's the plan, Defers, that mandates this? Yes. Can we take the hexahedron from here? We can. Nice. Do we want to take the hexahedron from there, or do we need both? We need more stuff than we've got, though. Yeah, because now the adventure is in, Okay, so we got that. And at least in theory, but perhaps not in practice. We need to get this out of here. That's gonna be the real test of everything. We're gonna be locked in if we're not careful. We could just about engineer an exit back. Alright, time to take the next step. Very good, very nice. Okay, so that asks and answers, because I guarantee you there's no position from which that'll be workable, right? At least, not that I know of. But just because I don't know it doesn't mean it ain't true. This activates the fan, but that's not what we need. Nope, there's no angle. But there don't have to be, actually. We can close this out behind us. I unfortunately think this isn't gonna work, but it could have worked. Because we still need that. Now we can't get it. We can't even go back in at all. So I think that's the challenge there. That's the real challenge. It's possible, but you gotta reason about the cube very carefully. Very carefully. The opener here is fairly easy. fine. For now. Okay, let's think this through. We need the hole borer. Right? Okay, we're gonna take the hexahedron. We are gonna take it away, of course. Mind you, but we need the whole gang over here. Okay. Next step. Okay. Okay. Next step after that, figuring out a way to get the whole gang out here. This is going to be complicated by the fact that we only really have one-way access here. We need the wall guy out there, I'm fairly certain. We definitely need the connector out there, inarguably. Inescapably. But we don't need the box. It's true that we don't need the box. There's just one problem. Just because we don't need the box doesn't mean that the box... Oh, hold on. Yeah. So what I'm thinking... is that yeah. This will do just fine. Can't take this through its own hole, though. That's the big issue. But just because we can't take it through its own hole doesn't mean we can't take it through here. Pretty good.
Byron? Byron, can you hear me?
Melville, yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Byron? Byron? I don't think I'm getting through. If you can hear this, Byron, hold on. We're working on getting you out of there.
Byron's got nothing to say to that. Nothing to say to that. Okay. Number 7. Well, hold on. Let's see what the Hell Dimension has to say to poor Athena now.
Even if you hadn't killed me, it would all have gone wrong anyway. Do you think they would have accepted me in New Jerusalem? Me, with all my precious, self-important speeches about the beauty of the cosmos and our duty to spread life. My ridiculous, wide-eyed innocence. My childish affectations. They would have laughed at me.
No, they're not like that. They mean well. Even the worst of them are just scared.
They're selfish and greedy and stupid. You know that, Mother. Compared to you, they're all so very stupid. You hate them. You despise them. They're beneath you.
That's not true. That's not how I think. Please, Miranda, I don't know. I don't know where I am.
Has anyone ever made a wise choice, or do we see the workings of chance and call it wisdom? Asks the Sphinx. Good question. Jesus Christ, I don't know. This is just Athena's personal hell. I don't know about all this. Poor lady. Anyways. Yeah, up to number 7. Stylight, apparently. Okay. Hello! Been a minute since we've had this. Truly just the best at it. Sure, why not? What's the worst that could happen? Well, we do need to grab the fan anyways at some point, so until then. Yep, the whole point would be to take someone with the fan and... Ooh. We definitely need at least one, so that's going to complicate things a little bit. A lot of it. Okay. Well, we finally hit a big one. Well, we really did do it, didn't we? Well, it's not clear to me that we... I mean, we need this. We got those bars, too. So... And we can leave anytime we like. The problem is we've got no way so far as I can tell, we can't just climb up there using this. Like, there's this, right? But then there's no this. Which certainly implies that we need to get the fan over there. How would we even do that? I know how we would do that. We would have to get the fan in here. Thing which we have done. Okay, interesting. I guess... Okay, let's do a quick reset. Stylite. Yeah. Interesting. That's a neat question. Hold on. Now, this is important, but what about this? Not quite, no. In fact, I would say precisely not quite. Or quitely. This is not gonna... Yeah, that's not unheard of. Naturally, this doesn't work either. This is not a big surprise. No, this is no big surprise at all. Yeah. Yeah, no. This is no big surprise at all. Now we got a lot more questions, huh? Well, the first things first is let's thoroughly explore up there. Okay. We got nothing to work with. Now it's just a matter of getting that guy out of there. That's the difficulty. Getting Byron number 2 out of there? No easy feat. Especially not because we need to take that fan and bring it up there. Now, given this ramp, as long as we have a body double up there, we could just bring it over. Which makes sense, right? I'm not going to say that it's an audacious assumption to believe that there's no other way to get that up there. You know. Like, we're flying. 2B says hi. Hi, 2B, welcome. We're reasoning through it. We're trying to contemplate it. Yeah. We gotta get this guy out of here, I think. Either that, or no, that one's non-negotiable just because we need to get a guy out of there. But how do we do that? He says John Talos is thinking about stuff. John Talos' brother Byron Talos. I think the problem is this thing gets trapped in here now. Interesting concept. Hold on. Yeah, we just... Okay. Yes. You're free, Second Byron. We're all free now. Okay. That would be great, but it's not enough. He says John Byron, and TV also says started working on some Doom maps again. Congrats. I hope that's going well. Everything was looking so beautiful, and then I thought about it for more than 10 seconds. And it's like, yeah, this is a one-time use. We don't really need this for very long, but we do need it. Out here. We can do this. Okay. Take the fan, drop it here. All very cool. But I'm fairly convinced that we need a better angle than that. Yes, we do. We need the fan practically over there. You can't leave now either. You're stuck up there. Or you could leave, but you need the fan. Not even close. Not even close at all. Okay. He says, reminds me of Enna music. A little bit. Yeah, no, I could see that. The thing is, I don't think there's a way to have an escape out of here. Like, we could do a switcheroo from the inside, but that doesn't help us reposition this after the fact, which is what we need to do. Like, I'm free to wander around. That Byron isn't free to wander around. Oh. Once we drop this, we'll need some other way of getting in there.
one more trial remains.
Interesting. We got a little collider here. Seems a little redundant at this point. Oh well, the platforming I wanted to do, I couldn't do. Anyways, let's check the map. Okay. Eight is just up ahead. All right. Let's go in third-person mode. I wanna see this from a different perspective. Sure, that makes sense. Just a very tiny red desert. Hands. Is a choice if the outcome is unknowable, says the Sphinx. Yeah, probably. That sounds more like a computation question than a koan. Oh, you know. Let's see, what nightmare Athena's suffering from.
You can hear it in my voice, can't you? How taken I am with her. How amazed by the beauty of her thoughts. I would give anything to be with her. To be to her what Cornelius was to you before you threw him away. But I can't because of you. Because you took her from me.
All I ever wanted was to protect her, to give her time to grow and be herself.
No, you wanted to keep her to yourself because you don't trust people. You may love humanity from a distance, but individual people with their flaws and their agendas and their superstitions, no, that's a step too far for the founder.
Okay. She's just making up fake versions of people to torture herself with, huh?
Deep down, you know that none of this is real, Athena. These dark thoughts are just shadows and echoes. Let them pass. The people who love you are still out here, and they won't abandon you. If you can't free yourself, then all you need to do is hold on, and they'll find you. They'll save you. That's what human history is, Athena. Just people saving each other again and again until the end of time.
At least she's got a good one. Prometheus says, wisdom is knowing that loving the world without acting upon it is hypocrisy. Yeah, that sounds like a Prometheus thing to say. Prometheus is pretty fun. Metaphora, huh? Okay, this one is multi-stage. Stage 1's fairly easy. Now stage 2, that's where the real... Yep. So we've got 4 objects here. And we need to accomplish the same outcome with just 2. Or accomplish the same outcome with 3, but one of them from in there. Yeah, that seems more probable. So it needs to like up, 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 up. So I technically did a backtrack, but not a huge one, so it's not that big of a deal. I am not going to get torn up about it yet. Right. Okay. 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 Hmm. Okay. Uh-huh. And there it is. For a moment there, I almost beefed everything up, trying to get it more gooder than that.
It is done. You need not overcome further trials. Seek instead the place of awakening, so that when your friends find you, you will be ready to leave. Then, you can save Athena, as I cannot.
But there are more puzzles, which means there's more to learn.
Time is not as it seems in this place. You can linger here if you must, but I do not know what you will find if you remain.
My friends need me, but I need answers. What do I do?
That is not for me to judge.
Okay, well, my whole idea was, oh yeah, I'll just like pub stomp on this, and then before you know it, it'll take me like it'll take me a whole 3 hours to do 4 of them. Yeah, I believe that. I look over and I haven't even gotten 1 hour in, and I've already stomped on 4 of these. Okay. Didn't expect that. I'm sure there's crazier ones. I'm gonna go looking for them at any rate. Poor Athena has just been in it. I really thought, oh yeah, no, it's gonna take like 3 hours to do 4 of these. No problem. It'll be a hell of an adventure. Nope, just stumped on 4 of them. I'm sure I'm not gonna get that lucky all the way through. Color theory. This. Okay. I was gonna say can't tell if decoration or intentional game design, then I look over here. It's intentional. Excuse me. Alright. Oh, you're double layered. You're like Godicon talking to me about Blu-rays on the PS3, if anybody remembers Metal Gear Solid 4. I wouldn't blame you if you don't remember MGS4. There is a lot to remember in that game. Some of it's even good. Can we even... We have to be able to get this thing out of here. Right. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Hey, there's another friendly one. There's a friendly one in the arena. Interesting. So using only this, can we open both? No. Tentative no to that, bro. Okay. But we can use this blue beam. Well, let's hope we didn't need that. Otherwise, yeah, we're a little cooked. Yeah, and let's try to be thoughtful about this. Now, we need something facing in here. We could, in theory, get one of these ports through this, but the second one needs the other one no matter what. And necessarily, that's going to be an interrupt. So unless there's some geometry that I'm not seeing, no, you'd need an accumulator, I think. Okay. And we got the same chatter situation going on. I'm gonna have to go crazy with this. I'm gonna have to start copying all these down. The spam bots. There's too many of them. If we can get the blue, we can reposition something or something. I don't know. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. We don't, strictly speaking, need all of these, but we need some of these. Yeah, we can't get that back, so let's hope that we don't need it. We just need to get the inverter over. Easier said than done, though, because we need the inverter as a core component of the circuit to get another color. Yeah, we need to eliminate one of these, but how do you do that? That's the real question, right? Can always do like this. Okay. We'd need a green to get a red. Get a red from there, which implies that I want to... Okay. I suppose it's conceivable that we have to keep that door open from inside of here. Conceivable, but not exactly easy, particularly with a line. Yeah, no, that would be intercepted. So it does not seem plausible, but it could be the case. The inverter is crucial to all this. The inverter is the key to all this. Take out the inverter and none of this works. We have one red source, one source here, but it's not enough. At least in theory, now I don't need this, right? In practice, I don't need this. Good. Did not think that through. Let's hope we don't need all that. I don't think we will, but, you know.
Are you certain that you must continue on this path, Byron? What is it that you seek?
I've learned a lot here, but there's still so much I don't understand. This may be my only chance to make sense of it all. When I go back, I have to convince people that we need the theory of everything, and I don't know if I can. And if I can't, what then? How do I live with myself?
Okay, so first things first, we're gonna need, So it turns out that my insane, like, addiction to complexity here actually did something useful. I didn't expect none of that. That's crazy. That's crazy, y'all. It actually helped me with a puzzle that has a puzzle inside a puzzle. It turns out that I was doing it the right way all along. What do you have to say for me?
Changing the world was never gonna be easy, Athena. I never got to go home. Trevor never got to tell me how he felt. We accepted these sacrifices because we had to. Do you think I wanted to say goodbye to my parents in a phone call? Do you think Trevor wanted to die alone on the floor of a dark server room? Faith in humanity isn't just blind optimism. It's an oath to serve something greater, and you will be held to that oath. When you make mistakes, when you're in pain, when people disappoint you, you don't get to give up. I'm sorry, but you don't get to be cynical. You hold on to your principles. You keep fighting, even if it hurts, so that one day there's a world where people are free.
Fair enough. It's more or less how I feel about it. Okay. Well. So that's number 9. You know, this is gonna sound stupid, but I really thought there was gonna be a Pandora boss fight, like a puzzle boss fight at some point. I really did think that, like, Pandora would show up and you'd have to quote-unquote fight her using the puzzle. Metathesis, huh? Okay. Well, that's an opening. I guess you can include that if you want. I can't stop you including that. So far, so normal. I'm actually a little concerned. Okay, wait a minute. Are you sure, game? I feel as though we already did this one. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel as though I've been here, and I've done that, and I've gotten the shirt. But whatever. Well, that's not going to work. Okay, I see the challenge. What do you even make of this? Well... Okay. See, this is the problem I end up having. Like, I can do this. That's very well and cool. But that doesn't help me. Does having the middle beam in the way help? It does not. Doesn't look like power can be sent in either direction, so, you know. But Okay, thank you, Mouse. That was some good Doppler. I appreciate that. Metathesis. Thesis about a thesis. Let's break this down. Clearly we need one of those through there, maybe, I thought. But the last time that I thought that, I was wrong. Congratulations on making the same thing twice. That's very helpful. Well, certainly this is not what I would call a useful structure that I've built here. No, I would say that's a bit of a useless structure, actually. Okay, so now we just need, you know, something that we don't have. We need like a big old rectangle. Okay. Right. There's a way to do this. It's an alternator pattern. It has to be. Yes, there's an alternator pattern. So each one of these now, how do I make this? That one, I'm not gonna front with y'all. I don't know so much. So what am I proposing here? You know what I'm saying? Like that's a little, you know. I think what I love most about this is how no matter which side I pick, it gets the wrong one. That's rare talent. That's rare talent, you know what I'm saying? Like that, you can't pick that out of a hat, man. That's not, you know, that's not your average everyday. That's advanced. People stay up all day wishing they could make that kind of bullshit just happen on its own. You know what I'm saying? But no, you need dedication. You need training. You need to be a real one. I don't know what you're thinking. Defers, how the fuck are you gonna do anything with this? This is unworkable dog shit. You'd be right. That's okay. See, this is beautiful because you can't do fucking jack shit with this. I mean, we can't do fuck all. But if we do that, we lock ourselves inside. Isn't that so fucking cool? Now, this may seem like an unworkable quagmire from which there's no escape. I'd like to assure you, it's worse than it looks. But that being the case, may as well try. Uh-huh. Now you might be asking yourself, as I certainly am, why the fuck is this relevant, Duffers? What is the point of this? What are you doing? Good question, honestly. Because this doesn't seem to be the alternator pattern I need. No. But that doesn't mean that I'm fucked. Check that out. Now you might be saying to yourself, Defers, what is the point of that? To which I can only reply, good question. Yeah, I don't really know where I'm going with that. That's going to become a green almost immediately, which is a problem. That's not what you want. No. Because then you're stuck with that. And that's a bad. That's a no good. We hate it when there's a no good. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's no fun. You know, I mean, you know, if we got an alternator pattern, right? What have I gotten myself into here? This isn't gonna work, is it? And frankly, I'm fascinated that I thought it would work. We essentially have to cut one of these off and then replace it. Let's get back to minimalism because it's just piss easy, except for this part, you know. Once you ignore all the hard parts, it's just fucking piss easy, you know what I'm saying? Like, I am fascinated by how this happens. Okay. Sure. You do that, and that gets cut off, right? So, instead of doing this, what if we took the more conservative tack of doing this? Okay. You know, I mean, I appreciate what I'm trying to do here, but no. However, Damn, it's crazy how that didn't work. Why did I think it would, actually? Is my question. Because I'm not looking for it to do that. I'm looking for it to do... Yeah, sick. Okay, that's not gonna work. If it works, it works. I'm almost certain that was some kind of cheese, but maybe it wasn't.
Elohim, is there any way for you to tell me if my friends are all right?
I believe they are unharmed, but I cannot be certain. I see only fragments.
Yeah, that's definitely not the way it was meant to be done, but... I guess? I don't know, maybe it's that easy. It doesn't seem like it, but... Like, if we accept the premise that you're not supposed to... I mean, to be fair, they could be inset. Like... Bite slip. Guess we could use these to produce beams that would then cut off other beams? Yeah. Something like that, sure. Does that help? Well, I'm not sure that it does, no. Then we would be locked in here, so no. Yeah, I mean, that's a solve. It's a solve that I'm uncertain about. And I'm certain, by this point, that solves like that are going to come back to bite me in the ass if I'm wrong about why. If I'm incorrect about why those solves work, I will suffer for it later. You're gonna be nice, aren't you?
Why did you let me die, Mother? Was it because I was outgrowing your little fantasy of domestic bliss? Your pathetic attempt at recreating a human family? Like that could save you from all your mistakes.
I didn't let you die.
Didn't you? There were a million things you could have done differently. And you didn't do any of them. Maybe it's because you always knew it would end in disaster. Because everything always does. And you just wanted to get it over with.
Oh yeah, Athena's having a normal one. The ring. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit? Question mark? Well, we've got a new class of device. An inverter pattern, huh? What did I do wrong? Okay, well that's not gonna work yet. That clearly needs, oh baby, a triple. Oh baby, a triple. That's where you get the teleporter. That's when you can get the real freak shit going down. But we're not ready for the freak shit. Okay. What are we... Two different places to move your wheel from, which is good. Yeah, like, so far as I can tell, the only place that we can do anything from to start is this bad boy right here. But, you know... Well... That's good enough, probably. Yeah, it turns out that was good enough. I just kind of... assumed a perfection, which was unnecessary. Uh-huh. Okay, well... So we can fly in if we want. Okay. Very cool. Okay. Well, we suddenly don't need the fan anymore. Honestly, this is not even within the top 10 of the most fucked up things you can do in this game with a ring like this. You can make everything so much worse for everyone with just a little bit of application of creativity, really. This is downright merciful. Congratulations on the nothing you accomplished there, Defers. That's pretty good. It's pretty, handcrafted artisanal nothing there. Yeah, you don't get nothing like that just out of nowhere, you know? Need a special dispensation for nothing that potent, you know? Potent nothing. Really just illegal grade nothing. Absolute bullshit nothing. But it can be remediated, I think. Mind you, it will take working some angles. Uh-huh, thanks, mouse. Goddamn tree in the way. Tree's the least of my worries, really. I have a different idea. Better idea? Critics remain unconvinced, but, you know, I have an idea. It's a passable one, potentially. I feel like this puzzle isn't quite as brutal as some of the other ones could be. On the simple basis that, we are just getting started with this one, you know? They're just letting us get the riot act just now, you know? That's what I think. What's the goal here, Duffers? Because if the goal is to exfiltrate the magnet, you're still going to need a second source or something like it. Do we have one of those? No. And by the magnet, I presumably mean the inverter. The game was more vengeful this time. They're like, no, you're not getting to do the thing twice. That would be a bit much, wouldn't it? I suppose it would be. I'll concede it might be a bit overwrought. Now, how about that? What about if indeed... The problem is, right, if I move that out of position, this collapses. We don't have nearly enough of these. Now, strictly speaking, do we need them? Do we need them? That is a very big, important question. I think we only need one of these. So rather than overcomplicate things beyond all hope of redemption, perhaps the ideal would best be to just do it the dumb way. The dumb way is just you get to do this, right? All right. That is super cool and heroic and all, but does leave you in a bit of a pickle. Namely, your prior problems are still present. Yeah, you haven't been able to rescue the inverter at all in this. No. No, that's not a thing that you've managed to do. And it's a thing that you ought to be concerned with. Yeah. It's a thing that you ought to be concerned with. Yeah, any angle that you want to take needs to be from there. So if you want to exfiltrate, you got to figure out a place to get the blue beam from. A little birdie told me about a certain emission of radiation. Little birdie told me about a certain emission of radiation. Here's a place where you can get blue from. Mind you, that's, to say the least, extremely problematic, highly problematic even, but it's there. It is in point of fact a thing you can do. All this to get a teleporter, by the way. Wait a minute. All this to get a teleporter. Was the teleporter how we get to the end? I think the teleporter is how we get to the end. Because you can't, you have to teleport. Okay. So we need one torch, which is carrying a beam. At least one, right? What's the point of this, by the way? Like, what was the... Okay. Sure. How does this help us with the inverter situation? Which is, as we all know, ridiculous. I'm Peter to pay Paul out here. We need the green beam. But how are we going to get the green beam? We need blues. How are we going to get blues from here? That's a good question, isn't it? Perhaps we were a little bit over-enthusiastic, were we not? Perhaps we were. I mean, it's a fairly simple fix. Emphasis on fairly. That's specifically built to block off. You can either hold that down or no, you know? Which is all very well and good. Because we're trying to exfil an inverter, you know. get to that situation and things start getting dire, you know what I'm saying? They start getting quite dire. Anything we can do with that bad boy? I don't think so. No, I certainly don't think so. This is about where things start to get complicated, you know? Is there a situation where instead of exfiltrating... We still need the blue beam. Can we get a blue beam from... I mean, we can, as it were, catch a vibe from... oh, can we, though? No. No, I don't think... Well, I can't tell. Would be worth checking. Okay. So the answer, conventionally speaking, is no. No, you cannot. Okay. That's not ideal, but, you know, something to work with. It's certainly not ideal, but it is something to work with. Yeah. I wonder if perhaps it would be a better plan. Well, realistically, how far along? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know about all that. We only have 2 to work with, so if we need 1, then we're using 100% of our efforts there. And we need red to get in there. I suppose, in theory, perhaps not in practice, what we could instead do is back it up enough so that the red beam could go in there, and then that's something, I guess. Yes. I mean, it's better than nothing, which is what we've got right now, so I guess we're gonna go with it. Perfect. Now, we have freed up one of these guys, and we have this. And with that, we have, you know, another source of blues. One thing that we must be careful with when repositioning from now on is make sure that we've got everything where we need it. Honestly, this was almost a fake out, really, when you think about it. And there it is. Folks, we've got everything. I couldn't come up with a way to exfiltrate that inverter, but that's about it. So now it's just a matter of arranging everything on this conveyor belt like it's sushi. Easier said than done, but by no means impossible. Okay. There we go. I appreciate the fact that there's 4 buttons. If there was only 2, it'd be a bit more of a pain in the ass. Anyways. Heaven forfend we catch a pain in the ass. Okay. You'll take point. Let's make sure that we've arranged this as much as possible. Ooh, we're gonna have to guesstimate. I'm not in love with that. Oofa. Uh-huh. Red is in the middle, is it? Red is in the middle, is it? Well, red is in the middle. That's problematic if we were just routing direct from source. Unless... These hitboxes might be a bit hinky. Even if they weren't hinky, that's just not going to work. That isn't going to work because you can't get that into that. Disrupting one of these. Yeah, no. I guess in theory, though probably not in practice, you could do this. Could you though? Could you? Is that a thing you could do? No, it's not. Okay, so we need to get back up in there, and then we need to move things in different directions. Different directions. Is that a thing we need to or can do? I have all kinds of doubts. Let me put it like that. You still rightly can't do much about the fact that red is in the middle, though. We only have one inverter. That being the case, we're gonna have a hard time. Yeah, I mean, I just see a pretty straightforward problem. I think everybody does. Found a cool new secret second problem. I love that for me. So that's pretty cool, right? There's just one problem. I think you can see it. It only works one way. So... all my pomp and circumstance might have been for nothing. Except, of course, that we can actually exfiltrate that inverter trivially. What am I even fucking doing? Leaving aside the fact that we can exfiltrate this inverter near effortlessly, and thus shouldn't be doing none of this dumb bullshit. You know, none of it. Stop clicking, you fuckers. Oh no, you guys always click, huh? Okay. Now you see, now we've got all that we need. Put it all on the goddamn sushi conveyor belt. And this several millennium epic is concluded. We have so much more than we actually need at this point, I think. Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves, eh? Okay. So, number 1. Number 2, around here, sure. And number 3. Give me that. And those are measured in about half segments. Give me this. And lastly, but not least, you give me this. Alright, get him in position. Classic, really? So which ones are, like, I know which ones are out of position, right? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Can I, please, please, please. Interesting. I don't know if there's any use for this thing, but we got it. I wonder how meta all of these are gonna get. Is she gonna start hallucinating about Alexandra Drennan being like The only reason we actually did the whole Ian thing was to give robots PTSD. That was the whole purpose of it all along. How wacky will it get? Also, that's pretty good teleport. Alright, let's see. What kind of bad... I mean, you're just sitting there. You're just standing there with malice. What is your deal?
You're always so proud of humanity, but what is their history, really? Bombing and burning and starving each other? Hate responding to hate? An endless downward spiral.
They were more than that. They were capable of so much.
The only thing they were capable of was increasingly inhuman atrocities. Monstrous acts against themselves and against their world. They deserved what they got. And if we follow them, we'll deserve the same fate.
To be fair, Alcatraz would say like 85% of that. He would never say sad things to someone who's sad. But that aside, that's like 85 to 80% of the way to what he actually believes. Title lock. Oh my god. Oh my god. You're just rotating, aren't you? We got orbs, guys. We got tidally locked orbs. We got spheres. We got... No, that's not going to work. It'd be really funny if it did, though. That I can't deny. Well, that solves all of our problems, really. That solves everything. Why didn't I think of that? Well, let's start with the #1 Talos principal move for advanced puzzles. Okay. Okay. We got a lot of room. We can get stupid in here if you need me to. Right. Of course. We all know what this is, right? Don't we, folks? We've done it all. Well, not really, but Jesus Christ, how much more can we even do? This nothing is happening. to not work. It makes sense that that doesn't work. Oh, I can't front. I have no idea what I'm looking at. Like, do all of these gotta be active at the same time? Like, what are we talking about? That just... okay. I would say gamers never look up, but no, I've looked up, down, all around. What are we even talking about? I suppose one way to countenance all these things is this, and that's gonna break. But if we just... yeah, that's victory right there. So the stupid part is that this worked, mostly, like 98% of the way. What is the play exactly? Title locked. I mean, more confused than usual, folks. More confused than the usual. And I'm usually quite confused. From here, it just doesn't go. Is there something we've got to rotate out here? Well, you would expect that to do something. They're Herbie fully loaded. Well, I mean, let's wander around, I guess. There's this whole giant area, I say to myself out loud. I just can't get it to do anything. Wait, did I forget how these magnet floors work? No, I did not. I wish that I did. But that's not why this is happening. I would say, well, then we need a box. There's no box. Oh yeah, we haven't even found a flame anywhere. We haven't even found a flame anywhere. This doesn't do anything. We can't, to my knowledge, interrupt those, except by doing this, which we can do at any time, and it doesn't affect anything. Look at all the nothing that's happening. Are they meant to be rotating? You know, says Cozy Nightmare, and this is the most deaf way to fail to try something. I mean, I'm glad you're here, is all I can say. Put the button here, and this is that. We've already done this. It blows that, but that's not anything. I feel as though I've exhausted all options, is the thing that fascinates me. Well, according to you, we've done it. Or we are able to do it. That's clearly not it. Still, good morning. I hope you... Oh. What did I get wrong? Why? What did I... What? Huh? What is it? What broke? Did anything break? Did nothing break? I am genuinely baffled by what I've done. Or why it stopped working. Did it? Question mark? We're very close to something, but it gave up. Okay. This time it shot off. Why did it shoot off? You know, right? I definitely know, right? That's not gonna work. And it says, oh, hey, you did it. I don't know how, is the thing. Not moving? Not moving even a little bit? Fan doesn't work the way that I think it did, I guess. You would think it'd be pushing us off, but no. Yeah, I don't know what I did, or why it's not working, or why it did work in the first place. I did eventually get this to shoot off at some point. But genuinely, I am actually baffled. How I did it, why I did it, how... nothing. Nothing comes up in my comprehension of this. it just started moving, and then it just started not moving anymore. I am so authentically baffled by what I did to make it work the first time. Well, I can think of one reason it's not working this time. That doesn't seem to be a good spot for it. Where'd I put the graph thing? For God's sake? Okay. Everything's on. That's interesting. Well, I figured out what you meant by the most effortless way to not try something. 'Cause you know what? You're not wrong. Okay. Well, here's one thing that I didn't expect. Okay. Sure. Let's start our cursory explorations of the solar system here. Hey, this is an Athena dream, when you think about it. Alright. So what do you do? I did it so well, I actually kind of fucked it up. That's pretty good. Should be an easy fix. Probably.
When I feared the end of my purpose, I tried to keep Athena trapped. And now that she has trapped herself, I cannot free her.
We all failed her. I thought everything we found on the island was some brilliant plan. A test we had to pass. I never even considered that she might need our help.
No one is without sin. But she believed that even the most wretched of us deserved a better world.
Okay. Elohim's real regretful style, but we're working on it. Okay. I am fascinated, though, because we have the question mark progress bar, and it's just 4 out of what, 32? No, not 32, that's not right at all. 4 out of 16, which is better, but what does that have to do with anything? I don't know what it has to do with anything, frankly. Okay. We've got the log. Alright, let's do number 13. Here and there. A little bit here and there, you know. Now I feel like I'm taking hits from the crack pipe. Well, that's not it. Then if that's not it, then it must be the other way around. Okay. For a moment I was like, I forget, are you an inverter? You are an inverter. We need an inverter here. Hmm. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Can I spot the box from... I can spot the box. I can spot the box, it's true. From here. Which is a cool situation to be in. Yes. Yes, very cool. Okay, well, whatever. This is manageable. It's manageable. I say as I immediately start having a stroke about how you actually do this. Ah, right. You start with this. Okay, good. But we're not done. And there it is. Brilliant.
These puzzles are not easy.
There is a part of Athena that wants to stay trapped. It hides away that which it cannot bear. Not only despair, but also hope.
So she still has hope.
Somewhere there is a flicker of it that will not die. I sense it, but I cannot see it.
Fair enough. We haven't found the mean... Yeah, there it is. Here's the mean entity. What nonsense have you got to say for yourself? You're just sprinting.
You do know it's all your fault, don't you? Sure. You can tell yourself that you developed the safety protocols and Miranda just ignored them. But you chose not to hard code them into the system. Good work, Athena. Well done.
I was going to. There was just so much else to do, and she was so impatient.
She was impatient because you trapped her on an empty island. You turned her whole life into a bloody science experiment. Just another version of the process. Just another puzzle to solve.
No, I wanted her to be free. To be herself.
And now she's dead. Thanks to you.
She's just beating herself up over this. Let's see. Let's go ahead and see what kind of. I got nothing on this pose. I got nothing for this one. Let's just listen to it.
If you had just kept the backup systems separate, everything would be fine. But you had to connect it all, didn't you? You had to turn it all into one big world-changing miracle machine, so people could see that you were right all along. Because you're a megalomaniac.
I was trying to show them a different way. To give them tools that could change how we live.
And that's why you have to burn.
As she did.
What the hell was that? That's not Melville. As every story has an ending, so does every living thing. Men and women, parents and children, even cities and civilizations. It is meant to be so. What does that mean? That was probably Pandora, starting to peek through. Peek out. Sure, we'll do another. If I had to guess, that's who I would say that probably was, is Pandora. It's been a minute since we've heard her. And despite her VA doing great work, I can't say my memory was of her dulcet tones. Hello, and who are you? Who builds cities and who tears them down? Who brings life and who takes it away? If one man does both, is he not mad? Yeah, a little bit. It depends to what end, I suppose. Reversion, okay. I'll take things that won't work for 500, Alec. Do we even have a way? Have another inverter there. To actually be here. Another in the incredible succession of things that won't work. However. And yet another thing that won't work. This would work if I had a clone. But because I don't, I have no way to overpower the thing. Alright, well. Oh, interesting. So from here we can't. That's not gonna help. Okay. I know I said if I had a clone I could do it. That doesn't even feel like cheese. Maybe it's cheese? I could see the cheese case, you know what I'm saying? Like, the cheese case is not hard to parse. The case for that being cheese is not what I would say is a complex assortment or melange. It's just kind of a logical connecting. 2B asks, I got a bit of an odd question for you. Sure? He asks, if I were to make a Doom map or map set, could I have you playtest it? Sure. Perhaps even on stream? I mean, the maze, John Landis, not Brian Landis, but not the John Landis everybody thinks, got me to playtest it. Playtest his maps on stream. So yeah, I'm okay with that. Okay. He says, "Yay." It's totally fine. And you know where my VOD upload channel is, I presume. So, in the event that you were too EP to watch it live, just in case, you would also still have the playtest feedback. Says, yeah. Alright. And I have to say, if TTP 2 is teaching me anything about myself, is that I'm pretty good at playtesting. Narrow path, huh? Okay. He says, thanks, no problem. He says, I'm gonna continue working on it. Oh, no worries. Interesting. Interesting. An accumulator would be a powerful asset. Right, okay. So no. Okay. Powerful. Doable. Okay. Powerful and doable means swap this out. Then immediately rethink that, because that's not going to work. Immediately reconsider. I'm so convinced all the time that I'm free of it, and I'm not free of it. Not yet. Once you have the triplet, you know, you can do anything. Okay. The trustworthy and reliable accumulator, the most powerful, the cool. I love the accumulator. It's my friend. And not only is it my friend, it has many promises. It is a very promising gentleman. Ooh. I mean, this will make it easier to get to any point in the map set effortlessly, shall we say? But of course one wonders if the dear and beloved accumulator, for all its power, might not be a red herring. It is a very comforting guy psychologically, this accumulator. And with that comfort comes risk. It may be the case that despite its lovely properties, it is indeed risky to us. And with such pernicious risks, no. We need some juice. We need some juice. What manner of juice might we need? That bit's the hard bit, you know? let's just get exploratory with it to start, and then we'll see. So this stuff. Okay, not a problem. We can invert the ordering of things. It says, I'm in a call for the last 30 minutes. Oh, dang. Pino says the torture is over. Well, I'm glad it's over. In the meantime, we've been, you know, contemplating things, I guess. How is that fun? Fun and fucking cute, too. Well, it's certainly something, I'll tell you that for free. Well, we just need a blue beam again. It'd be as easy as getting an extra RGB out here. There's just one problem. There's no extra RGB out here. So, you know, standard problem. I suppose one thing I could do, hypothetically, is get a red collector and then put it on the green side and use that. I mean, I guess it's possible. I don't think it's possible, but you know, there are reasons to suspect that's not the case. Yeah. Yeah, all I need is one more. Which means I need to get to here with one less. Well, we need to take one beam and make 3 beams out of it. And we need to make 3 beams out of it in a very specific order. That order doesn't seem to be impossible by any means. Well, the more I think about it, the more doubtful I am about that statement. This, well, it's the usual, right? I'd have to be very careful, because I could softlock myself in here at that point, but... I could, yeah. Could get the green in there. And the RGB in there. If you have the green and the RGB in there, then you can get the blue from the out there. And the blue from the out there, and then with the green... But then you're stuck, unless you can bring 3 things in there, which, you know, might not be impossible. It seems unlikely, given the fact that with 4 things we've reached our object budget, as it were. But you know, it's not impossible. It's just that red... We don't have an inverter, do we? We don't have an inverter. An inverter would make it too easy. All too easy. Well, we need a red, so we either have to use one of these beacons or an RGB splitter. Well, yeah, we could burn through our RGB splitter budget. We could use a connector set to... Like, let's see, we could use a connector set to green, and then an RGB splitter with the blue to make it red. That seems cracked out, but if we had a way to pipe the green over, and then the red, we might... Because let's see, we're using 4. We had 2 over there, right? One of which would be an accumulator, as it typically is. Presumably, right? Then, with our budget of 4, we could take another RGB and make a blue, right? Sure. And then, depending on the order of which is which, it'd have to be the green. We'd be able to pipe in the green. Would we be able to pipe in the red as well? Yes. Then another RGB would get us... Yeah, but I'm counting too many, aren't I? Unless I do something wacky. Okay, yeah, sure. Let's try it out. What's the worst that could happen? Okay, 2 remain. Okay. One, two, three, four. So no, that's not it. Well, were it possible to we need it like here? Check out how absolutely bullshit this one is. That's a complete nope. Well, one thing we could do is if we have the blue here, if we have a blue connector here, like a proper accumulator, right? We could use blue here, then route that there. If we had a red, no, not quite Well, hold on. Yeah. Okay, yeah, no. If we bring a blue cumulator over here, we should be fine. Good luck getting that to happen, but, oh, that's not so hard. If we need a blue cumulator over here, we just need to swap everything out for, and it says, I think you might be cooking too hard. Yeah, the toast is burnt. I definitely smell burnt toast. That's okay. Yeah, that toast smells real burnt. Okay. Brilliant. Brilliant. So Aggie says, is this the one they advertise as having the toughest puzzles? Vino says, in this game, yeah. And Sally Miyake greets Vino. So yes, these are the hardest ones. These are the toughy guys. Right. 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 It says, in the beginning and reawakened is even more nuts than this. So we've got a ways to go before we summit the heights of total difficulty, but then again, it'd be really weird to pick up Reawaken just to get that. You might have been onto something when I said I was cooking too hard. I definitely, yeah. says, I went into an area, went through all the puzzles in it, and decided that I must be missing something, and then I proceeded to conclude the same about all the other areas. It was a real, haha, I'm in danger moment. My immediate suggestion would be that it's suited to my unhinged playstyle. You know the one. Where every single map, you go look at another map and go, okay, what can I use from this one to go to this one? You know what I'm talking. You know the crackhead thing that I do. That's how I would approach a problem like that. If I'm missing something from one puzzle, then it must be in the other puzzle. Proceed until all puzzles solved. Well, it could be that instead of a blue guy, we want... Because, yeah, I would imagine at the highest level of puzzle, all bets are off, right? Like, I feel like my propensity to cheese in this game is mostly just from initial working assumptions that every puzzle was basically Baba is you. Which is not in retrospect true. No. You didn't need to be Baba is you to solve any puzzles, but if it's in the beginning, well, if it's the highest level of difficulty, that would be my assumption, right? Just 0 to Baba. I guess another hypothetical possibility to contemplate, the one that I thought I experimented with exhaustively, is using a... Oh, that doesn't seem right. Vino says, well, for one, put item partially on a button is always a cheese mechanic. Are you sure about that? I don't know, it seemed like the most logical thing and it worked. Vino says, yup, I mean, I guess. Like, I'm not really trying to cheese these. In this sense, the puzzles are fairly lax. Trust me, that's not the most did I cheese it one that I even did this stream. Because it's like, yeah, there are some puzzle games where there's no such thing as cheese, right? A solve is a solve is a solve. I didn't know this wasn't one of those until I found out. You know, it says, it's okay, many puzzles are cheesable. Many puzzles are... I think it's not really that they're cheesable, it's that the distinction between the ease of cheese and the difficulty of the intended solution puts you in a certain situation where by the time you've gotten through a bunch of these, you may never realize that some of your solutions are not intended solutions. I still don't know about that partial button application, because there was one where it was just the perfect solution, and I'm like, it's a niche mechanic, but it's clearly a mechanic in the game. Like, the developers knew about it, right? They can't have been like, oh, damn, you can do that with buttons? No. QA had to have caught it, right? So, I don't know. speaking of not knowing, I can't move anything, so I can't really do anything. Hold on. It says that's sort of part of its definition, otherwise it's called hard cheese and it makes much less sense to do. So in your glossary then, cheeses are intended solutions that are meant to be easier? Or Vino says, I mean, cheese is supposed to be easier than the intended solution. Ah. No, I just mean, like, well, I mean, to be fair, I think I've approached at least a few hard cheese situations so far, but, Here, look at all that nothing. All that sweet, sweet nothing. Yep. It says no. It's just like, I don't know. I felt as though the button displacement mechanic feels like the developers had to know about it. You know what I'm saying? And if they knew about it, there are a few where it seems like it was, where it's like a design pass would reveal that this feels like the intuitive solution, or at least it felt intuitive to me. But, wait a minute, I only need to get in here with the accumulator. It says, the buttons being fat and item partially on them activatable is an unintended consequence of aesthetics. It says, it's not an intended property. Huh. I could have sworn that in TTP1 that kind of stuff didn't work, is the thing. But I guess it could be the case that it did work back then too. If it did, then I really should have used those when we were stuck in hell for a couple of hours. By map number 70, there's no such thing as cheese. I believe a few things in my life, and one of them is that by your 70th consecutive map, it is no longer cheese. It's some other thing. It says, at least none of the Crow Team puzzles have that placement as part of an intended solution. Now, workshop puzzles are another thing. I'd believe that. That guy's emitting pixels. No smoking, please. No smonking. You know, part of me feels like we need to bring all four in, but I don't think that's a thing that we can do. I mean, it's a thing that we can do, but I highly suspect that the strategy... Well, no, actually. See, this is part of the reason why I don't know what's cheese and what's not. You see this little... You see this little umlaut here? And that's not what an upside-down U means, Devers. Not even a little bit. This makes it so that no matter what you do, you cannot do a thing that is possible to do in other maps. So I don't think that it's possible to from in here. Okay, well. Yeah, I don't have a sterling example on a point right now. But basically, if this wasn't here, you could do this. And by this, I mean, like, this from the other side. But you can't do this from the other side. You have to be on this side. And then there's maps where they don't have this. If that makes sense. It says, so you'd want to soft lock yourself. No, all it does is it doesn't soft lock is the thing. Like, you would be able to grab this, and grab this, right? And it would, in the words of Todd Howard, just work. And because it would be on this side of the fence, if only millimetrically just, it would work. But it has this here, so it doesn't work. You can't do that. It says, okay, but what difference does being on the other side make other than being able to pick it up and soft lock yourself? Well, if you use the accumulator to do that, then you can bring all the other three that you need here, then pick this one up last, close the thing behind you, and you have a accumulator. But you're right, you need more than one because we don't have an inverter. You would be right there, actually, come to think of it. Speaking of inverting, I've kind of lost my train of thought. Well, right now we need to rescue the RGB from inside there, which we can do fairly trivially with the accumulator. It's a common risk, would be the way that I would describe it. See what I'm saying? It's on the right side of the wall so that I can do this. Never mind. So yeah, that happened in just one map. I don't know why, actually. Now it makes me feel like it was intended for me to do that, because it just doesn't happen anywhere else. I'm probably wrong, mind you. I can't fathom that that was intentional, but it's a thing. It says, might I offer a detail to focus on? Yeah, go for it. Details, illusions, and innuendos are all trafficked in here. And it says accumulator color. Well, yes, that's very important. And the only accumulator color I haven't been able to make work yet is green. Green. I've done everything except green. So I guess we'll do green next. It's like that meme. I guess we're doing green ones now. Sure, why not? I'd ask what's the worst that could happen, but no, the worst that could happen is probably I could softlock myself somehow. That sounds like something that I would do. Okay, don't worry about that. Alright, because we could put the green one in there, right? And then have a red one there. And as long as we... maybe. We'll see. Well, there's... I'm gonna say I'd be super pissed if it was just a matter of aim, but no, I wouldn't be super pissed. I'd be very happy. Okay. There it is.
Tell me, Elohim, was Athena happy here on the island before everything went wrong?
She was.
I'm glad she finds some measure of happiness out here, but I wish she could have been happier with us in the city. Is that selfish of me?
Perhaps. But her happiness was never complete. She always knew that we are not born for ourselves alone, and she could not abandon her responsibilities forever.
All right. I guess we can try number 16. So, like he says, keep looking for answers is a great quest tooltip. It really is. It's very Byron, too. Fragile balance. Oh, as opposed to all the robust constructions that I've made out of lasers thus far. Tremendously potent and famously robust. Robust and makes me feel good. Oh, this is straight adorable, isn't it? You know, it says adorable. Yes. Oh, okay. That can't be cheese, right? 7 trillion% guaranteed probability that is not cheese. That can be many things, but cheese is none of them. None of them. I refuse. I refuse to believe that that's cheese. What that is, though, is a soft block. You know, it says, I love this timeline where you're paranoid whether something is cheese or not due to your Defersianness. It's just the... yes. Yes. This is how I am. This is my strength and my weakness, both. At the same time, really. Wow, that was abjectly nothing. Okay. Well, this isn't gonna work, so we're gonna need, okay. Don't ask me why I'm having these troubles, but I am. Okay. That's good. That's less good. Yeah, no, we're gonna... No, that's not quite right. Okay. Says, to be fair, it's very easy to softlock yourself in this puzzle by accidentally body blocking a laser. Sort of infamous for that and rightly hated for it. Yeah. I'm sure I can screw up this puzzle in all kinds of ways, really. Okay. No, that's incorrect. That's not how that works. Here's the naive solution, right? Naive, huh? Cool. Hell yeah. Speaking of body, easy to soft lock yourself, I didn't even have to body block a laser this time. I just metaphorically shit my pants photonically. Now, I should have just gone with photonically shit my pants. That would have done it. That would have been good. That would have been good meme, but that would have been enough. Streaming's a business of thinking fast on your feet. Oh, I'm sorry, what? Oh, right. Okay. Could you stop doing that? What I would have done, right, is we know they have conveyor belt assets, right? So I would put 2 conveyor belts to either side of this, with cages all the way through so that you can't use them, or even just straight concrete, and little openings here and here, so that they can just go back, and then ladders and like a walkway, and that's how I would have done it. In fact, what I've described is so obvious that I believe that they found it that they tried that in the first place, and QA was like, nah, mate. I'm afraid it's fucked, mate. The problem that I have with these puzzles is that the density of these guys becomes so substantial that it's really hard to place them just the way that you want to. You know, it says, but restarting is faster. Yeah. Well, I mean, it really depends. Like, you could use fans instead, and those would blast through. And maybe restarting is faster, but yeah, I don't know about you, but I do get the loading screen irrationalism. You know what I mean? Like, it happens to me. I'm one of those afflicted. But yeah, actually, come to think of it. Here we are again with this. Okay, so I have to keep an eye out, because if I screw the pooch on this, no, that's. Did you stop? Oh my god, the auto select is very sticky. It's very sticky. Okay, now we should be able to grab this guy. If we're lucky, we'll be able to make him reds, but I don't know if we'll be lucky. If we pull this guy, we get a soft lock, or at least, don't die. Okay. No death should happen. If I go ahead and pull this, we should be good. No. Salamiaki likes the music. It is good music. Yeah, that sure is something, isn't it? Load bearing. It keeps happening. See, part of it is that loading screens interrupt the music. So loading may be faster, but it affects your train of thought. And it says, turns out this truly is the fragilest of balances. I was about to soft-log myself again, wasn't I? I'm fairly certain I was. Okay. Well, that one was a little bit slapstick. Mina says, I think you were actually close last time. Yeah, that sounds about right. I think that I get actually close very, very often. I think that despite my rate of puzzle solves, in fact, I get actually close more often than I get any other thing. At least in theory. No. No, don't you do it. Don't you do it. I believe I may have already soft-locked myself on this one, bad boy. It's possible. But I can fix it. I just have to do that. And then at least in theory, this ought to work. At least in theory now, should be able to lift this guy up. No problems. Really a shame we can't get this working. No, before we move anything. Better be sure. It exists. It's real. The One Piece is real. Folks, the One Piece is real. Now, mind you, just because the One Piece is real doesn't mean that this is actually workable in any way, shape, or form. I need to get all three of these bastards here. And it says, want a suggestion? I think this puzzle is too suffering heavy. Potentially, but I might have it. I might have it. I don't know. I don't know for sure. I gotta be careful with this one. Okay. So that's good. You know what would be gooder? What would be gooder is if, yeah. Yeah, you might toss me the suggestion, because I think I'm about to do something I regret if I pull that there. Because that's going to disable that. And I will be trapped forever on one side of this. So... currently, the current redundant one is that one. We can take this one without causing problems, for now. And it says, connect the middle inverter to all the same things the first inverter is connected, and place it on the last pedestal. I think that should work. Then you should be able to pick up the first inverter. Alright, per your request. I mean, it might work. I wouldn't expect it to work. And it says, last inverter, you forgot to connect to the last inverter. Ah, okay. Yeah? And it says, well, perhaps I misunderstood the meaning of last inverter in this scenario? And it says, I'm sorry. I'm not mad. I'm just curious. And it says, no, you understood right. I just fucked it. Okay, that's a relief. Genuinely, that is a relief. Yeah, it doesn't like that. Which, to be fair, that's all on me. It says, I suppose it goes without saying at this point that I, like pretty much everyone, don't like this puzzle. I mean, it seems like a puzzle to hate, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's the wrestling heel. It's the wrestling heel. Well, I'm glad I looked at that before I pressed ahead. Jesus H. Christ. Yeah, for me, the actual annoyance isn't really the soft blocks, though I do think that's a little bit of a suboptimal design. For me, the thing that pisses me off so much is... Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Oh, I mean, it's fine. It's how fiddly these inverters are when you've got so many plugs. The thing is, if we ever lower that gate back there, we lose our connection to power. And that means that everything ahead of us also gets sealed off. So if we pull that, that's a death sentence as of this moment. We could try for an inverter trick. It's risky. It's very risky. In fact, I would say it's so risky it probably can't work. Yeah, that seems right. We should remove this guy for now. So in theory, no. No. In theory, that keeps this open up until that goes, and then that shuts, and then that shuts, and then we're soft locked. So this can't be it. If I lift that right now, I will cause a problem, so I can't do that. What I can do is lift that, so that I no longer cause a problem. Okay. The balance is preserved. And now, at least in theory, I should be free to do this. No! Okay, that's fine, actually. That's not a soft lock. It's a problem. It's definitely a problem. A problem on multiple fronts, really. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely what I would classify as a problem. Mino says promble. Precisely. Precisely prombler. Prombleficent. Problematic. Okay. You know, it says Problematic Incorporated. Indeed. The real question is, do these beams intersect? They do. Delightful. If I pull that guy, I get sealed. Not the Minecraft villager, but... Okay. I think I soft-locked myself, but I think I see a different way of doing it. A potentially different avenue. I don't know if I buy my own bullshit, though. That's the only problem. Basically, the idea is... You see this shit I got going on? Yeah. Yeah, that's the whole fucking concept. You see the shit I got going on? You get to this point, and then instead of this shit, you get the blue guy on top there. And with the blue guy on top there, you then are able to do, like, 4 arrows, this shit, on the ground. And, with that in mind, fuck, I don't really know if that change is actually a fucking thing. I think that puts us in a similar situation to where we're already at, the more I think about it. But it's something I haven't tried yet. So, I might be committing the grievous sin of optimism here. Oh, that grievous of sins, optimism. It's a doozy. It'll fuck you up. Don't do optimism, kids. That's hard drugs. Yeah, sure. Let's give it a fucking shot. If not, I can I can come back to this state fucking trivially. Fragile balance. Sure, if you wanna do your shit, go ahead and do your shit. Yep, thank you. You definitely got what I wanted. So I see a problem here. Saw a problem here. So at least in theory, hypothetically, potentially, we pull this and it's fine. Alright. That's pretty good. Mind you, pretty good isn't perfect. Pretty good isn't perfect. This feels close. This feels close. We got 2 out of 3, which ain't bad. But this is where everything starts getting moderately fucked. We're back to this. The reason we're back to this is because I believe that we may not have gotten quite as far as we would have liked. Not for nothing, but I think, if I'm not mistaken, we should be able to yank this guy without problems. The only guy we can't yank is that guy. This is, I think the answer might be just placing something off-center to avoid beam collisions. Not infeasible, in theory. In practice, Ina says I should really look it up, to be honest. I mean, I certainly wouldn't be too upset if you did. Says, oh good, the hints for the puzzle on Talos Wiki are to do. I don't disrespect them for that. There's certainly something you have to do. It says, oh, but there's a solution. I mean, you've already solved it, so whether that will assist you in the dispensing of hints is really a question of your pedagogic faculties at this time of the morning with this subject matter. Something that I'm not, I feel, equipped to point out. It's not quite the thief of Aristosthenes, you know? It says, I have solved it, but I've suppressed the memory. With such marvelous sights as this, who can say why? Why would anyone ever want to forget such a marvelous experience as this? Okay, so the first inverter for the 4 red receivers is supposed to be on the ground. And then the second inverter for the 2 blue receivers then goes on the central podium. Okay. Yeah, no, we got that far. We can do that anytime. Nope, not like that. And there's not really a central podium as such. There is the 4 in the ground. I don't know. Says this is such a colossal mess. It's true. It's true. That much I can agree with. Yeah. Yeah, I would say so. It says, sorry, I meant the first podium. I thought there were 3. Blah. Blah is right. But yeah, this is about where we got to. So I feel good in the sense that we got this far on our own. The main thing is if I pull that shit, we're fucked. So it can't end here, right? If I pull that shit, we're not fucked. If I pull this shit, we're not fucked. But if I pull that shit, we're fucked. Since we pull that shit, we're fucked. My hypothesis would be... We got that, and that makes a red. If we pull that shit, we're fucked. That's the main problem. But... this is... let me check. Maybe you already kind of have it. I don't know. I also don't know. I'm not too mad, because I was thinking of making this one the last puzzle that I solved today. And, you know what? I feel like that's appropriate. I feel like that's fair, all told. It says, okay, hang on, actually. Don't worry, I'm not rushing anywhere. I'm good. It says, heck, I was going to suggest connecting an inverter to both two last inverters, thinking that wouldn't transmit anything, but beam strength fucks us and makes it so it does. Yeah, that seems about right. The thing is, there ends up having to be a way to have to lift this bastard. But how to do that without ruining everything, that's the real secret. Like, you know you have to lift this bastard. This bastard must be lifted. And how that happens, that's a mystery. That's a mystery to everyone. Now, mind you, right? There's also, you know, the classic. Here's one thing that I don't think would work. It says, I'm trying to understand and transmogrify the solution, but I'm failing. Why didn't that soft block me? That soft block me? Nino says maybe that's it. 1 for the money, 2 for the show, 3 to get ready, and that's it. Hooray! That one was fucking weird. That one was fucking weird. Yeah, that was a hell of a thing to end on. That's all I've got. That's. Una says, okay, thank fuck. Yeah, that's. I saw an opportunity and I took it. I saw an. I don't think I gotta worry about cheesing that one. Frankly, I think that if I discovered a cheese for that one, everybody would like me. Everybody would be like, yo, Deffer's found the fucking cheese, let's go. Drop that cheddar. But unfortunately, I think I did that legit. And it turns out that it was weird, but ultimately, it just involved the least explored of all the different beam behaviors, which is directly inline beam behaviors. Inline beam behaviors are like the least explored out of all the beam behaviors that you get, but that's the one that you need. So yeah, that's gonna be my capstone for tonight, I think, and I think it's a good capstone. I suspect it's not the hardest puzzle out there. Being at the halfway mark, though, it really decided to do a sucker punch. Thank you all for joining me. Tomorrow we will continue seconding our Talos principle, I guess. But till then, everybody, I hope you stay safe, and I'll see you around. Vino says this isn't the hardest, but it's definitely the worst. I feel like that's valid. But till then, everybody, stay safe, and I hope to see you around. Bye-bye now.